Hello, hello, Imaginary Villain here. Once again, time to get down to some game dev. So, yesterday I solved the mystery of why there was an extra 400 to 500 events just spawning away. I didn't realize I'd done that, but I made a mistake when I was doing the flooring and the grid around the outside to make the outer border, and it was a catastrophe. Also got my notes. Very important. I make notes of everything that I need to do because I will not remember beyond, well, mere moments. Mere moments. I could be in the middle of a test and then just, I've forgotten. So, it happens. It's fine. Don't worry about it. That's just who I am. I'm square with it at this point. Okay. So, I think what we're doing now today, go to my list of things here. Impact size for that. I think I'm going to do this particular thing here. Level screen text. I guess what happens when the player actually wins? Well, what dictates winning, first of all? It used to be that collecting all the tarots did, but it would trigger once every time a tarot was collected. And that would make it check on page 4 here, yeah. It runs WinCon right here, and that would spawn the boss. So now my question becomes, exactly when do I want the boss to be around? Is the boss always there? Is the boss optional? I don't think the boss should be optional. That sounds lame. I could have two endings at that point, if I make the boss optional. Like if you don't kill all the bosses, but you collect the tarot cards, it does one thing. That doesn't sound very cool, though. Does it? Do I want two endings? I don't know about that. On the other hand, the bosses are a lot easier if you don't have to collect the cards and you're just fighting them, I guess. Well, that lets the player run away at that point, potentially. How am I even going to test that? Huh. I currently have it set to spawn if two of the things are picked up. Let's see, WinCon. So I was balancing the bosses. And then just spawning the bosses in if the variable is high enough. But is that really how I want the game flow to go? Collect all of the boss spawns, then you can optionally defeat the boss at that point, or you could just leave, I guess. Would that make any sense to just have that as an option? I don't think so. Huh. Decisions. I should have thought this through a while ago, but I've been wondering the whole time how I was going to design each level. I guess the boss should just be stereotypically the ending thing, huh? Which means that this would have to say if the option was, I just don't have this 20 here, and then it spawns the boss only if you've collected all 22 of them. So then let's see. Why didn't I name this variable for what it is? It just adds one. So that's the, I think, add enemies. 249. What is 249? I need to start labeling this stuff. This is stupid. I made this a long time ago, so that's my defense for it, of why this is not labeled. Because I was dumb. And forgot that maybe, just maybe, someday I might want to change it. Area is unlocked. All right. So that's fine. I'm okay with that. I clearly don't need this, whatever that's supposed to be. I didn't like the message of the boss being summoned as a thing. I think. And this just spawned up at the center, but I'm not spawning at the center anymore. What I'm doing is simply spawning near the center. I don't need that. The puzzle menu is a thing that exists only in art. So since I copied the code from art, puzzle menu is not a thing. And 234 is what? Oh, hey, Blinded Journeyman. Glad you finally caught it. Well, I mean, I'm just sitting here trying to figure out this wreck of a function that I wrote probably 2 years ago, and I don't even remember what half of it did. So I'm sitting there labeling the variables so I have some idea of what stuff was supposed to be. How's your night going? Or morning, or whatever it is for you. Evening, afternoon. So I'm gonna leave that at 20 for testing. I think I'm going to randomize the boss that shows up here, but I think I'll leave that just in case I'm going to. I don't need that there. I think on page 4, I'm going to run WinCon again. Option is greater than 22. Setting 64 to true. What is that? Oh, small side project, huh? What sorts of mini games? What sent you down the side project route instead of just working on the main game? As someone who is clearly working on a side game from the main project, I've fallen down that rabbit hole, so I understand it. But what sent you down that rabbit hole? Oh, this is a switch. And 105. Spawned. Oh. You didn't want to play Jenga with free plugins just to see what happens to your main game, but that's half the fun. If you don't keep poking and prodding it until the magic smoke comes out, are you really programming a game? I mean, seriously. Oh, yeah. You know, the farther you get into a game, the more you end up having to label everything, because I have thousands of lines of code at this point, so it's hard to find anything otherwise. Yeah. It helps if you've done it recently, so you can actually remember these things. The problem always comes when you try to come back to a project. You're like, I'll come back to it, and then some months pass, maybe a year or two, and pretty soon you regret not labeling anything. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. 7. Actually, this is a doesn't equal true. We'll say equals false. It's just as good. Question is, what do I plan on doing when I actually defeat the boss? I'm putting in a switch so that the bosses are going to flip it when you actually defeat them. I can type, really, I swear. And I think it'll just do that on page... Do I have page 2 yet set up? I don't think I do. Page 3? Oh, never mind. Never mind. I got a better plan. I have an object destroyed section. We'll just copy paste some code here, not a problem. Now when the boss is destroyed, it triggers boss defeated. Do you have any graphics I want to use for that? I guess we'll just use a cheap, cheesy message to show that the code is working, and then I'll worry about art for later. I've come to the conclusion that I've got 2 different brains going on. Well, actually 3, but 2 for purposes of this. One, the art brain, which will happily just do whatever it thinks is amusing at the time and make all these cool pictures. And then there's the coder brain, and the 2 do not work well together. If I'm thinking in one, the other's just like, nope, see ya. So. We'll just put a simple message here saying, let's say boss defeated. I can't even type apparently. That's fine. It sits around there, and then I think I can reserve a common event, right? And the common event will be I just want to see if the code works first. Then I think that's everything I need. Yeah. Before I get too crazy and add in a bunch of common events and have it move the character out of the randomized map back to the regular map, I might want to have an actual screen that says what their results are, I guess. Do I want to do that? Maybe? I didn't really come up with a lot of good plans for this when I first was making it. This was a game jam game. It was made in a month, and then I sat down for like 2 years and then came back to for reasons that I don't even understand. Oh, let me check one thing just in case I foolishly change that number. Oh, an art friend? Those are the best friends. Until they, run off or something, and because they don't want to, talk anymore about the game, they're like, no, don't do it anymore. And then they run away, and you're like, come back. I need art for my game. No, I I just figured out the master plan. I just do the art myself, and there you go. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I forgot something. Let's borrow this code real fast. I'm gonna need to call this function right here. And am I? No. No, I'm not. What am I smoking on that? But as far as art goes, there's this excellent program called DAZ 3D, which allows you to basically make your own characters, and then it makes the animations really easy because it creates, like, you'll make a few keyframes, like say like 4 keyframes in an animation, and it will actually make the all the motions in between so that the character will move and everything, so you don't actually have to make all the frames. And that's what I use, because this game has basically an impossible number of frames for every single thing, so it would take me forever to make them. But as you can see, there's quite a few of them in here. In fact, there is 1,561 frames for the main character. So, you know, just imagine if I had to actually make that normally. It'd be insane. There's no way I could do that. But if you have a program that does a lot of the work for you by simply creating the animation frames in between, you don't have to make as many frames. It's not so bad. I think there's a thing I need to do with this. Put that there. 22 is greater than that. And the boss was done. No, it should be fun. Should have coded the character's projectile to do enough damage to just one-shot the bosses, or just reduce the boss's hit points so that I could actually test this much faster. Oh. Because the boss does a lot of damage, and thankfully I do have the boss hit points kind of low, so it shouldn't be that hard. Oops. The delay on the attack is kind of long. I don't know. Can't really move very fast till the animation's done, so it's harder to even get away from those. Okay, there we go. That didn't disappear immediately. That's a problem. Right, so you get this, and then it did not work. Not what was intended. Let's see. Object destroyed. All right, and then that's not what I want there. And boss spawn gets triggered down here. Well, not triggered, but switched. And then it should add this. That's an unnecessary else, right? So if boss is already spawned, all right, let's increase the player's damage to just stupid. I realized that I hadn't actually created the basic game flow of the levels terribly much. I mean, I guess originally I had a basic game flow, but in the process of making the game better, I broke it and didn't replace it with anything yet. That's weird. Just a random lag thing there. Huh. I wonder why it lagged. No message that's obvious, anyway. Why didn't the damage change on that? Interesting. Should just be able to change the damage by changing the one number, but maybe my damage system is not as good as I thought it was. Very possible. I'm just going to reduce its hit points. I'll figure out why the damage thingy isn't working. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? Yep. Now it should do 20. Well, the level up system works, so that's good. Boss defeated was never triggered? Actually, I can just scroll to it. I don't know why that didn't change the number there, but whatever. I guess we're doing some console logs here. And we'll log those. I'll make this say object destroyed. Boss destroyed. Also, I can solve the mystery why this isn't doing enough damage. Page 2 handles all this stuff. Does it? Double check that it even handles that stuff. Projectile 2 handles it. I don't know why the level system works, but then me adjusting the actual base numbers for some reason didn't change the amount of damage it did. That doesn't make sense at all. Yeah, it just runs NPC2, which is here, and this should handle all the damages, all the damage stuff. So, projectile, player damage here. Gets out fireable damage. I don't know why I changed that number back when I'm going to need to, I want to test that too. I probably need to put on a different number, don't I? The base level is going to be 1, so that's fine. I'll do 100. Let's see what it says. Console log is your best friend. Especially when you have so many things going under the hood that there's no way you could ever really go through it and parse the code yourself. At least not while it's running. You know? Enough console logs in enough locations, you could see the whole pattern. I need to put something behind her so I don't see those boxes. I'm gonna make a note of that. I think I've mentioned it more than a few times on stream and I just haven't done it yet. Put an image behind Tinka's painting in levels. There we go. Yeah, oh, why is it? That's interesting. There should be a player damage listed, and yet there is not. When I hit it, it should say player damaged. Even object hit points, but it doesn't have the damage. Sure. It triggered none of the console logs. You know what? This might be something that's incredibly stupid that I did. We're about to find out. Because yesterday, I opened an old copy of the game. And so I copied some code out of it because I didn't want to find the code again. What if, and I'm just saying, I loaded a different version of the game and I've been editing the code for the new version of the game, and it was working all along. It's possible. Because otherwise, there should be no reason why me changing the base numbers would, not work. But the level system would. Okay, Steam, you can get rid of that now. No, maybe? Okay, finally. Or why the console logs wouldn't show. So let's just see. Maybe that's the thing. I hope that's the case, because that'd one, just be hilarious. I mean, stupid, but hilarious. But two, it means that my code actually works. Oh yeah, the version of this for Steam, like, I wish I'd gotten the non-Steam version. But at the time, the non-Steam version was more expensive by a lot. And I'm just like, oh, look, there's music on this one. I forgot about that. I'm going to go ahead and pause that music, because this music is currently on, and having them both play at the same time is horrible. Yeah, I put a thing in to make the tarot cards make noise when you're nearby. I'm going to change the sound effect because it's terrible, but it makes them easier to find. Forgot I'd even done that. So I clearly loaded the wrong version. That's the only thing that makes sense. I can see the random changes I made. Boom, yep, there we go. I wasn't coding badly. Oh, there's still that area though. That's weird. Okay, well, here's an interesting thing. The bosses just keep coming. Oh no. And the message doesn't spawn. Okay, so what we got going wrong here? But what don't we have going wrong here? Boss Destroyed is on. Yeah. The worst part is the code might have worked at some point, but because I was making all these changes, not realizing that I was changing the wrong one, it means that I probably made some changes that might have just broke other things. Just thinking, oh, maybe I did something wrong there. But yeah, the Steam sales don't ever match up with the site sales. And when I bought MZ, I was like, well, I could wait, but I don't know. I guess I'll mess with this, because at the time MV couldn't handle the game. So I was like, if I really want to advance my game, because the graphics were just too much for MV, I guess I'll just suck it up. And I think they had a sale on the main site like a month later, so I should have just waited. Let's see. I'm looking at win count. That's what we're looking at. Oh, what's missing is here, when I got rid of that other coat from there. You lost your job a week later? Wait, what? How did this go from you buying, like, it on Steam to losing your job? Wait a minute. This requires some context. Well, the boss defeated did show up. Nice. Nice. Wrong location, but nice. Bad luck and timing, huh? Bad market or something? Oh. That sucks. But hey, you know, at least there's an upside, right? More time to do game dev. Which is clearly what we all need, just infinite time to do game dev. So maybe one of us one day will actually release a game. No one ever actually releases games. Weird. No one does that. So that is odd that they would lay you off, you know, with you being the one who makes the least, just to save money. Back to the regular music. Pretty much. My whole point with this game was to sit there and deal with the one more update problem by simply having a version that people can always play, and then just updating it as a stream thing for content. But I still got to get to that initial release thing there, which means it needs to have all the game-breaking bugs squashed and an actual start to finish. Oh my gosh, XP? Oh, I can't even imagine using an ARM that old. I have a hard time using MV. It feels old to me, and it's the newest one. But I always hear the siren song of, you know, Unreal Engine in the back of my mind, so I'm a little biased in that regard. To remind myself, nope, gotta finish this. Very important. Don't start messing with that, or you'll never come back to this. Where am I going to put the actual win the levels information on here? I guess I could put it in a common event. That would make sense. Just like Game Over has its own common event, why shouldn't this have one too? I have one called Victory. I mean, have you seen how much typing I'm doing with this? Some things never really change in the world of RM. Typing is just a thing. But if you have those old assets, at least, you know, MZ can use the new, can use the older tile sets. It can actually adjust it to different tile sets, on different tile sizes. In the, yeah, you can do different tile sizes in the System 2 menu. So just in case you don't have this already, I don't know if you do or not, that's, you know, +1 for it. Of course, it's not going to work for me, but it looks funny when I do it. Or this is microscopic. No thanks. I'm good. Sure, what victory does. Map builder. Auras and effects. Wait. Auras and effects has it? Victory is off. It stops. Okay, that's perfectly fine. See, whenever I code stuff now, I do a much better job than I did when I made this. Unfortunately. This was from years ago, so... And the worst part is I was working on a different project which actually advanced all the code for this. But then this had some more advanced other types of code, so I had to pick between the two. For which one I decided to build off of, so I ended up going with this one because it had far smarter enemies. And the other one just... I just prefer not to think about it. Let's just say all that time wasted. I'm just not going to think about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. And for a switch. Turns victory off if combat is on. I guess victory can also be turned off in general. That seems like something I would just turn off in general. So I could do that on map selector. Yeah, I think I actually want to turn victory off on the map selector and not on the map builder. There might be some weird interaction that happens if they appear on a new map with that switch active. This doesn't need game over. Apparently I have one called win as well. You know, I don't know what's up with this thing. Let's create an event that happens there. So we're going to switch this to here. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I've done any programming, like, you know, back in XP in other languages or not, but every time I think I've reached, you know, the actual end of the matrix, I discover there's another matrix that I was inside of all along. Eventually reaching the point that I just started making my own visual plugins. Because I was like, this just isn't good enough. I could do better. We'll do a screen ripple or something like that. So 93... I think WinCon will just flip victory on, and then everything will just be handled by this one common event. That'll make it easier to keep track of things. Rather than put stuff in here for when the object's destroyed. This is already nightmarish enough since it handles, well, basically everything. For how enemies are added in, take damage, suffer side effects, suffer status ailments, and... Oh, hi, Professor Frizzy Fries. How's it going? You're just in time to see me do whatever this is. switch 12 was the one there? Yeah. I guess we'll flip switch 12 on this. So write it like that. If I do that, it'll pretty much immediately error because it'll think it's a variable and it won't actually be a variable. And I'm going to take this code here and I'm going to run off with it to actual RM. Even though I'm usually reticent to actually put the code into RM itself, for now it's fine. And we'll do game player X. And then game player Y, probably minus, we'll say just like 10. I'd also put it on the screen, I guess. Wait, it's on the screen. Oh, well, if it's going to be on the screen like that, do it screen X, right? That's the code. I'm making a Diablo game with dolls, is the best way to put it. I'll show you in a second what it looks like. I was just changing some code so that this appears. It's going to be, in this case, if we're working with pixels, at minus 100 probably. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's technically something of a more of a macabre element to it. I wouldn't call it straight up horror because you're just running around blasting other dolls and toys and everything and blowing them up in order to collect pieces of dolls and tarot cards. Yeah, it was just a silly game jam game that I decided would be amusing to continue on. I almost remade it in UE, but then I didn't because I couldn't decide which way I wanted to go with it. So I just kind of... That's cool because, you know, it's just going to be a free game that's just available, you know, to mess with whenever. And I'm just going to keep adding to it each, you know, stream. So if you keep checking back in on it, it'll just get more and more stuff. But before I get to that point, it needs to have an actual start to finish. Even if it isn't like, you know, the most complex game, it doesn't matter. Just need start to finish. And all the game-breaking bugs have to be fixed. But yeah, see, it's a Diablo-style game. Got other attacks too, so you can make little firewalls and stuff, things like that, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, freezing attack just for reasons. And poison enemies. Well, attempt to poison the enemy. I guess it failed. There we go. No, did not apply it. Maybe the poison thing is broken on the boss. Worked on the enemy there. That's cool. I even have a little storm cloud thingy. But right now we're actually just testing to see what happens when the boss is beaten. Oh, thank you. I hope I get more subs too. Nice. Well, it did play the event that kicks you out of the level. Okay, so now I just need to make an actual screen that happens when you win. It doesn't stop the music. I also have a cool menu system, just cause. So one should always have a, you know, crazy menu system like that. Okay. So apparently there's an error with the music, where it plays the wrong music if you beat the level. I think I remember why that happened. Oh, I appreciate that. I hope it gets popular too. I mean, it might. It's got enough random weird. Oh, well, thanks. Now we just feel all all good. Like I can do the best here. I can make it work. Yeah, I do all the programming. I do the art. I do kind of everything. It just means it takes forever though. There's that little problem. So, I guess I'll have to sit around for a certain duration. Also, I think it needs to be way higher up. I don't think I'm making an actual victory screen tonight necessarily. Or maybe I am. I don't know. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I mean, just keep checking back on the stream and I'll let people know when it's released. And I also have an itch.io page you could look at too. Like I say, it's just going to be a free game, so I mean, if people want to donate to my, to making it better, they can. But I'm going to just make it, donation if you want, play it for free if you want to. It'll be basically a free early access that just eventually becomes the full game for free, because whatever. I figure if I can make it supported by just YouTube money or something, then that would be just fine as well. Like, then I could sit there and do games all day, and there wouldn't be an issue with it needing to make enough money to actually allow me to do that and not work on other things. I think I probably want to wait on that too. Their lockdown happens there. Boss respawn off. I don't think boss. Oh. Well, welcome to the club, fellow artist. Yes. Animations are they can be really time consuming depending upon what you use to do them. I use a program called Daz 3D, so it makes a lot of the animation frames for me. I just make the keyframes, and then it creates the frames in between, so then I don't have to actually make them. I only have to make a handful of frames. Because otherwise, a character, in this, if they have 30, frames in each direction, and there's like 8 directions, that's 240 frames of animation. That's so much. As you can see, these characters have a lot of frames of animation. This character has 872 frames of animation. Could you imagine if I did all those manually? Oh my gosh. It would never get done. Just never. So what's... Oh, did you not hear me, or maybe? I have no idea what the stream sounds like, so if the sound is not good, like the music's too loud or I'm not loud enough, please let me know. But basically, I'm using a program called Daz 3D, which creates keyframe. When you create the keyframes, and then it makes the frames of animation in between, so that you don't have to make them. I can open it. I got to be careful with this program, so I'm going to drag it off the screen real fast. Daz 3D is not a stream safe program at all, not one bit. I have to be careful what's loaded by it, but I will bring it up real fast and show you this wondrous program. Let me find. Like, let's see here. There's a slight chance this will crash the stream. If it does, then I will, I'll be right back if it does. Oh, well, I'm not gonna, I won't show you anything that isn't actually stream safe. What I'm just gonna show you is once the models are actually out there, like, and they have clothes on them, it's not so bad. Like, they look fine. But the problem with these characters is, and why I can't show them on stream normally, is that when you build them, they don't actually have clothes when you first make them. You have to put the wardrobe on them. This character's already good to go because it's the character from the game. So as you can see, I will drag her out here. Yeah, it's the character right here. Her name's Poppet, which is another word for doll. And this is, her animation of actually, moving to cast. You get the idea of what she's doing. So, like that. Hopefully this doesn't crash the stream when I click this button. It might. I mean, if you want to take a screenshot, you can. It's a public stream. You can totally take screenshots of it if you want. But you can get a front view of her like that. Well, she's not looking to the front. Which way are you looking, lady? Actually, I can just do the perspective view. That's how she would look in the actual renders and all that. I don't do it like this because it takes a lot for my computer to do it. Oh. Well. Now she's much bigger. I actually have an alternate version of her that has shorter hair when I was trying in Unreal Engine because she's in Unreal Engine it doesn't work out very well with this super long hair. But yeah. Let's see, if you want the back of her, that's pretty much the back of her. She has omega long hair. So that when she runs around, it leaves, the red streak behind her, so it's actually just easier to see her. It looks good for purposes of Unreal. I'm sorry, for RPGMaker's top-down view. Looks really terrible in 3D itself, but whatever. Anyway, hopefully you have your screenshots by now. Yeah, that's just the view for RM and everything like that. And yeah, this program I use. I made exactly not that many frames of animation for a thing, it looks like. Not many at all. Yeah. Yeah, sure thing. I mean, she's a cool character. I like her. It's part of why I decided to continue with the game. I was like, neat. Yeah, the program's called Daz 3D, so if you want to get into using it, it's a good program. I highly recommend it. As long as you collect all their freebies, it's actually cheap. They have a whole bunch of freebies just available at all times anyway. Oh, definitely go right ahead, draw away. I think YouTube's having problems with not getting enough video. Okay. All right. Is the stream erroring for you? I just upgraded my internet so that it wouldn't be a problem. I thought. Do I want to make a victory image or something? See if I have an image already available. Well, I'll be here for a while longer, you know. I'm going to be here another 2 hours or so, so see you when you come back, you know. Maybe longer if people are watching. I might just continue because, you know, sometimes I just really like to just go with it, you know. It's fun. I need some graphics to use. I might need to make some assets here. I'm trying to decide what I want to make for the victory screen. I could make a particle that zooms the text in. It'd be really great if there was a funny image of, like, you know, the boss all, like, you know, like dead or something like that, or just, like, you know, all beat up and everything like that, and just Poppet standing all victorious over it. In fact, I think I'm going to add that to my collection of things to do. In fact, that is 100% what I'm going to do. Not on stream though, unfortunately, because of the fact that it'll I have to render with DAZ, and when I've tried that in the past, it just crashes the stream. So as much as I would like to, you know, nah. Let me double check and make certain that the stream is not erroring there. Because I'm getting this error message from YouTube saying that, you know, bad times. So I'm going to double check the video if there's weird audio in the background of the stream, but, you know, making, you know, me talking in the background, then it's just because the stream's open. Saying that, you know, bad times. So I'm gonna pause this music here. I'm gonna double check the video if there's weird audio in the background of the stream, but, you know, okay. Well, that solves one mystery. It also means that I could turn up the music if I want to, so it's not very loud. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna do the victory screen there. It looks like the video is working fine. So I don't know what to tell them. YouTube's just being weird. They told me that about audio too, and then, you know, the audio was fine. I'm like, but the audio was fine, YouTube. Oh, welcome back. That was quick. I thought you'd be gone for longer. I need the status menu there. I think I'll borrow the graphics from the menu here. And then I'll put them in here. And then I don't think I'm going to do these yet. I'm going to leave them as they are because I already know they work. And I just want it to stay on that screen so I can see what's up. Oh yeah, I'd imagine so. She's takes a little time. I actually have better art of her. I'll show you in a second, so you can have another reference. I'm going to mute one music or the other because I can't stand both of them playing at the same time. I just turned the music off for the game. Last night I was testing the music versus this sound effect that I need to make quieter. Okay, so it goes to this screen, and everything's locked down. Well, the timing on that's terrible. And of course it's going to loop. So... victory screen. Alright, let me find the picture of her. There's one thing I do, it's make attractive females with this, apparently. I have like 3 or 4 female characters that people are like, oh, she looks so good. And only a couple male characters, and, you know, they're okay. That's my bigger, badder, better version. Took 1 year? No, the actual game was originally made in a month. And then I spent like, I think like 4 months messing with it. But I had some health problems doing it, so I couldn't really work on it all that much. So it's really only had like, I don't know, 3, 4 months of actual work put into it. If you need a screenshot of her, as the a better version of her. Sadly, I don't have a back of her for that. And of course, I have a close-up of her face, which is used for the thumbnail. She's a doll, patchwork doll, basically. This is actually the game I spent less time on than the other one. Oops. Good thing. Glad you like her. Not like I have any other versions of her. I didn't render many actual regular images of her because usually it's just she's in the game and she's tiny by comparison in the game. Anyway, he's back on. So for this, we're gonna have a thing where it's set a self variable. This set self variable. Actually, I don't need to do that. No. That's crazy town. I'm not gonna do that. Cell switch C is off. We like cell switch C. Actually, I don't need an else on that. It's off. Do these things here, except for this last part. Don't do those last ones. Set these. Okay. But also turn cell switch C on. That one. So it only runs it once, and then I'm gonna have conditional branch here, checking for if yeah, I guess okay, it's fine. It's being pressed. It'll do these. Do I want to make the player turn into like with a cloud or not and do that, like a spirit on there. I could do that. It'd basically be just like the status menu, honestly. Am I using the status menu setup, or am I going to do something different? I don't think I really want the player to move around necessarily during it. I think it'll just be fine doing that. Alright, that should be a good test for that. Oh, I have the player has the ability to turn to a ghost and fly around, which is why she's got the little smoke trail behind her. And for the menu, I just have her turn into just a smoke thingy to just move around, so you can move around as her in the menu, which is why she's here, like this. Just the player moving around, but it acts as the cursor. And of course, an animated version of her in the thing, yes I can. So you can actually level things up and everything like that. And changes the levels and all that. So then when she goes back to that, it's like that. Or if she goes above a certain distance on these maps here, she also turns into a ghost and flies around, allowing me to fake like there's an actual height going on. You fly behind things too, which does. Oh, thanks. I really like doing graphics. So I'm more of a graphics guy, and I just happen to program because I taught myself how to program, but graphics are my first love. Let's put it that way. Wait a second, why isn't she able to pass through this? She should be able to. Huh. That's weird. For some reason, 3 didn't happen on that one. Whatever, doesn't really matter. Alright, come on, boss. I need you to show up and get blowed up. Perfect. It needs to be removed. Did something not work right? That's weird. Victory is on. Oh, thanks. It's nice to hear that. I think I tend to underrate myself a lot. Because I really don't have much to measure by, to be honest. The victory's on. It should be running this. If it's off, it turns it on. That should be fine. Well, the OK portion of that works. Also, the music needs to be changed. Huh. What, 4 hours a day? Maybe on the game. I work varying amounts, but 4 hours a day. And I work for myself, so I tend to work either a lot or a little. You just never know in advance. Well, I'm gonna do this differently here. Let's do this here. For some reason this is not triggering, and I don't know why. This get self. Call it finished. Equal to true. Oh, does not equal true. This set self variable. Finished. True. Oh yeah, you can make whatever design you want off it. It's fine. Go ahead. Design away. It'll be the first fan art of her, which cool for that. I mean, you know, never thought I'd get that. Especially for a game that isn't even finished. Your console log here. Oh yeah, don't mention it. Happy I can give someone a project to do, for that matter. Just something to pass the time. I'm gonna turn the music off in the game because I left a Virgin Mind. Okay, whatever. Right now I'm at the point where I'm just trying to find a lot of the major errors and set up the actual gameplay loop, and then it's just tweak the enemies. I already did a bunch of the tweaking the enemies previously. It was I'm not sure I'm going to balance them yet. I need to decide exactly how much damage I want everything to do. I'll need to change that sound effect because it's actually really annoying. It was just put there to be annoying intentionally so I could tell where the things were. Come on, boss. I want to test this thing here. Come on. Come on. Where you at, boss? There you are. There we go. Yeah, okay, so the boss defeated, but the character can still move around. The character has through on. And it does rippling, so what's going on here? It does success once. And what, stops? That's weird. Why not runs it again? Oh. It's because I can't spell. That's my problem. I'll put a placeholder graphic for this here. I really want to make funny images now. Like I say, Daz tends to crash streams, so we're not doing that. As much as I want to. Let's migrate an image over here. I'll just use this the same thing I used for the stream itself as my placeholder image. Oh, I don't need that there. Let's do the exact name. Yeah, you can totally make a fan-made character, just, you know, whatever you want to make. It's all good. Draw whatever you like. Oh, yeah, close that one out so I can try again. Could use this image as the thing I used for the background there. Not actually a very nice looking image, it just looks really cool when you it does the transfer effect. It has to look ugly intentionally because the coloring has to be right for the transfer effect to understand what to do with it. This actually locked the player in, didn't it? Nope, I way out again. Alright, well, let's see. Alright, boss, where are you at? I'm going to remove that. Okay, so I gotta lock the player down, just a holding thing there. And then that player lockdown was already a thing, right? Well, player lockdown should stop the player's movement, right? And yet it does not stop the player's movement. Her name's actually Poppet, which is just another word for doll. So it's spelled like this. That's why the game's called Poppet Quest. You know, it's just a quick name I made because I was like, well, she's a doll, and Poppet's another word for a doll, and people also call young women back in the Victorian era Poppet. So you might have also seen it in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies when one of the pirates is like, hey, Poppet. So let's see here. There's an issue with the boss not removing his image. Let me fix that while I'm thinking about it. Should be under object destroyed. Let's see. Actually, object damage could do it too, because I just removed it beforehand with these ones here. So oh, there's just not one for him. Okay. I can get it from here. So he's a case 6, and it's just check. Oh, it looks like it disconnected, then reconnected. Nice. I just upgraded my internet to try to fix that problem, and it doesn't seem to be doing it. So let's just probably jack boss on this one. Yeah, I can't wait to see the fan-made image. That'd be awesome. So we put this in here, and that should remove the image in advance of it being destroyed. So this way I can actually not have it just sitting there looking all weird. Yeah. Game player lock should lock the player, though. I figure out why it's not locking the player in place with game player locked. It should do it. I guess I can just do the status menu setup. I'll just do that. That's probably a better idea. I'll just steal this idea real quick. It's much easier. Do I just do the full menu setup? I need all the lights. All right, fine. Let's do this here. Let's see. Victory setup. And then I guess we just do page -1 with that. Let's see. Status menu is on, do that. For sure. Else. -1 is the setup that I use, okay. The victory setup and then -1, and I don't think I need to worry about the others at all, but let's see. I want the lights, I want those. The screen ripple's fine, the commenting is fine. I think everything I don't want is just these. Like, it's the same event, I just don't want this. Yeah, let's just go ahead and RFG this stuff for the moment. And I don't need this puzzle menu thing, not that it matters. That's from the other game that I'm not using at the moment. So we'll do that and do -1. And then for victory setup, let's just copy that right out of there and just save myself some trouble here. I think all I really need to do is that. I don't need to create anything there. This is fine. I'm going to do this. Guess I can put this in there too, because I don't really want to deal with that. Oh, Poppy? Nice. I can get behind her having a sister named Poppy. I guess I'm gonna put this here. I guess I'll put the Z really high on this one too. Probably 291. I'm not really going to keep this victory message, but for purposes of a placeholder for something better. And the Poppet Eyes thing I'm going to do as well. I'll just copy paste that. This one will be at 288. So we do that. And then I won't need any of this. And this needs to say victory setup. I'll keep that part there because it's really convenient. Actually, do I even want that? I guess I could do a blank like map HUD. That one's blank. I don't want any of the other information sitting there on the screen. And then press OK to exit. In this case, we're going to add to the Y. Like 300, I guess. Actually, I don't even need to do that, right? I can just do the actual center of the screen, which is probably better. I mean, technically the game player is the center of the screen as well, right? Well, it doesn't have to be the center of the screen if you're near the edge of the map. Oh, I might have to turn status menu on. Uh-oh. That's right. Because I need this to be a thing. Yeah. Actually, as long as victory's on, this can work just fine too. This will cause the player to get stuck inside the screen, so they'll bump the sides and they'll just push them back so they can't get out. Oh, I mean, you know, Poppet's the size of a doll too. So, I mean, she's just a little doll. Kind of about the size of a Barbie doll, but a little smaller. Oh, nice. A little shape-shifting doll. I can get behind it. Let's see here. I think that's everything I want for this. So what's Poppy gonna look like? I mean, when she's in her favorite form. And she can have many forms. go. Now she can move around. No, she can't. I locked the player and it worked this time. Can I hit the OK button to escape? Yes, I can. Okay, well, that's a start. That's a start indeed. Oh, okay. Forgot that by doing this I need to reset the screen. I need to set the focus of there's that. Set focus to player. Let's do it on map selector. This way it's always focused on the player when a new area starts. Just to deal with the problem of the status menu, focusing it on a specific point. And then let's remove the lock. I don't care if the player is locked down anymore, since I'm just going to lock them into that particular screen. It's this one here. I don't need this to save. I'll leave it for now, just in case I make some changes. No player lockdown. And then lock down everything else is fine. Jumps to that, sure. I don't think I'm going to put a timer on these at all. I think I'm just going to leave them as they are. They can just stay up. What height is the player at? The player is at 300, so the player will fly over these. Look this up real fast. So we'll put it, I guess I'll put it at 960. Both. Because if I'm letting the player move, then I don't want strapped to the player. That would be stupid. This can just be at Y300, I guess. And we'll put this at Y like 700, I guess. Maybe I'll change the picture in the background. It's a little creepy with their eyes just staring at you the whole time. Let's we'll borrow the mansion or something. We'll put that in there. Huh. I need to make a cooler title screen. Player dropping into the box. Because the master house is just, you know, it starts out by him just throwing her in the box during the day when she's all lifeless. And her waking up in the box and trying to get to the place where she's normally at. Originally in the game jam, she was cursed to look through a window at the stars every night. And I think I'll make the story a little deeper than that, but the game jam I had like 1 month to make the whole game, so you know, it wasn't the deepest story. Now I think I can make it a little deeper. It's already a pretty shallow story. I shouldn't be trying to make it deeper than that. Alright, blast the boss. That's really quick. Also, the image is really tiny by comparison. Obviously, this is just placeholders for other stuff I'm going to have later, but since I don't have any graphics prepared yet, I just need stuff in place so I know what I'm going to need to make. And tomorrow night, I'll have everything available necessary to do all the graphics. I need a bigger image. I guess the pop-in image is a better choice because it's just bigger. Do I have another render or something? Oh, yeah. No worries. It's all good. I just talk to myself and tell people what I'm doing as I do it so that people can, aren't just wondering what I'm doing. It's pretty much it. So if I, keep chattering, don't be surprised. Um, Actually, this might be kind of a cool image to use. That'll do. I mean, it's not the actual image I'm going to use in the game, but did it not copy? Copy? Paste? There we go. Won't be the final image, but that's okay. So I'll probably move the messages down. I'm not sure if I'm going to have them actually do bounce like that, but for now, just as a placeholder. But now the lights also drop down, so this way it's lit up. I want to wait a bit of time before it does this. Maybe even play a victory noise. I don't want to wait. I want to use a victory noise here. Yeah, do some music sampling here to figure out what I actually want to use as a noise for it. I do have audio I could do. Do I just want to, I could use funny horror because I was going to have a comedic image anyway. That's not a bad choice. No, wait, I have a purpose for that one. I thought I had a funny one set aside. I don't have any cool audio picked out yet. What are we going to do for this? I might just pick something later when I figure out where I put all my music assets here for this. That might happen. I had some funny tracks. Is the one? Yeah, that'll do. After all, if I'm going to show a funny image of, the boss getting, beaten up, then I probably want a funny thing to go with it. I need to convert this this file over here over to not an MP3. Let's see, I have a media converter. Yeah, if you ever need a media converter, Oxelhorn Media Converter is free and it converts pretty much everything to everything. It's great. It's just available on the internet whenever you want it. Just wonderful. I do all my saving off the stream so that this way I don't accidentally show personal information or something. That I just don't have to think about it then. I'll bring it right back over in a second. Just going to convert it over. I can play Tiny Army. It sounds exactly like the kind of thing I'm looking for here. Oh, we'll shorten the name. Tiny Army. And then, let's see here. I don't need to copy it there. Let's play the BGM right here. There it is. I think that's about what I want. I forgot you have to actually tell it to stop. I need to add it to the music box event. So I can recycle it for other things. 40 appears to be what I was using for volume. Perfect. Blocky music? What is blocky music? I'm not familiar with this term. Oh, I need to turn the sound back on because I won't hear the music otherwise, which is why I don't have other music playing. Really important. Saying Poppy's style is probably going to be indie? What style is indie? I mean, isn't like, indie game or, an indie artist? Like, is that an actual style? Probably going to reduce the sound on those so they're not as, I guess they're not too bad. I mean, they're not that loud. They need to be loud enough to hear them over the music. So this too. That's jarring. Also, I didn't get rid of the other image. Oh, fair enough. It'll be much better when I actually have the funny image to go with. Why didn't it stop the music here? Interesting. I think beforehand we're going to have a fade out. Mm. I think it's the common event fade out. The tiny army there. And then we'll do fade in right there, I guess. Is that even necessary to have that there? I mean, I guess sorta. Hmm. Wider, I guess. And then, did I not save on this one? I forgot to save, that's why. It's gonna be so much better when there's actually a funny image to put there in each of the victory scenes. Plus, they'll make great thumbnails for future streams, which is what I've been using for a lot of the graphics for. There's only so many graphics that I've made, so I'm gonna have to use more than a few of them for the stream thumbnails. Get much faster. That's weird, her little cloud went away. Why did it go away? Does it just go away because? Like, huh, I don't know. Okay, well that's good. Oh, the game's just currently a Windows game. I mean, it might. Oh, the car's not loading. Oh, I know why the car's not loading. Because it's not being spawned in like the other ones are every time the map's being made. All right, well, that's good to know. Let's fix that. Yeah, it's just gonna be a Windows game, and then maybe I'll make it for other things. We'll see. I mean, making it for Android is harder than it sounds, because a lot of these plugins that I'm using aren't always Android compatible. I remember I tried to do a brief Android test and it didn't go so hot. Actually, no, it was a web browser test. I was trying to run it just in a web browser. It did not go well. It broke a lot of things. Yes. All right. So there's gonna be sound effects when the boss dies and everything like that too. So I need a little time for those. Maybe like a second and a half. It all seems so much better when everything is actually put together. But individually, it's a little weird. I mean, if people like it enough, I might make it available via, just in a web browser and just have a website for it. But sadly, I can't put it on itch.io as a web based game because it has too many files. Um, for the first version of the game, there's just going to be one ending. I'll probably have multiple endings, as the game goes farther along. But mostly, I was just making a prototype of the game that anyone could mess with, and then with it, subsequent streams adding to it, so that people can go, could suggest things like improvements. Because I really haven't designed any games or anything like that. I don't know what's cool. So people will go, this would be such a great idea. I can add it in. Game dev by committee. I think I'm okay with this until I have new graphics or information that I want displayed. Well, I guess I don't need to actually show the message. I could just have character talk at you. Huh. Just have a well done message. Well, if you watch what I'm doing, in time you might learn how to make games. I don't know. I can tell you a lot about how to use RPGMaker. That is true. Both MV and MZ, either of those versions. I can tell you all kinds of things about them. There's a great community that'll also help you learn and everything. So it's at RPGMaker web. So if you want to learn about how to do that? Eh. Oh, well, I mean, you want to be a voice actor or you like oh, yeah, sure. Anytime. I'm even learning a bit about Unreal Engine, but I am no expert in that. No. Fun to mess with. I'll give it that. But I have no direction with that. So I'm just messing with this instead until I finish. Um, is there anything else I want to do with this? I don't think so. But I might need to set the player's move speed. No, the move speed's set already, right? It's set here. Yeah. They'll already reset the move speed back to what it's supposed to be. Oh, well, maybe you should be a voice actor. If you got the voice for it. Just remember to get a really good microphone. Because the best voice in the world will sound terrible on the worst microphone in the world. I think I'll start to balance the boss. I don't really think I need to add anything else for that. I don't have any graphics prepared or anything of the sort. I think I'm just going to leave those as it is. And then I think I will put some other music on to listen to. Well, I guess we'll go back to these. Yeah, sure. You know, you can always, record yourself and be on like YouTube or things like that. I mean, if you're what, 13 years old, you can make a YouTube account. Well, you can be on Twitch. So as long as you're older than that, you're not too young. So we're gonna work on the clown boss here. The big problem with this boss here is that he seems too slow most of the time. Also, the poison is too fast. I think I'm going to set a slightly longer delay on these before it applies the actual damage. Maybe like 80 or something. Because I found that the player's animation frame for an attack is so long that if you're in the middle of an attack, you're just screwed. I want you to have the opportunity to move. I also want the boss to be significantly more aggressive, because sometimes you can just leave him behind. He just gets all confused. That's no fun. There's his moves there. If he's within 800, if he's too far away, he'll jump near the player. It's just skipping these. Otherwise, he'll move towards the player, which I'm fine with this. Oh, well, if your parents will let you make a YouTube, you could start on that, I mean... Oh, well... I guess technically you already have a YouTube account. I don't know what I'm thinking. You totally have one. Well, give it some time. See if your parents will buy you a microphone. Practice a bit. Maybe try doing some voiceover work for something. Just, you know, pick some random show or something and do some voices for it. Just see if you make something funny. Put it up on YouTube and see if you like doing it. Jumps to near player if he does this. I guess I could speed this attack up. I'm gonna make it like 25 or something. A few less ticks in order to trigger its attack, so it's a little more aggressive, but not so aggressive that it's just unstoppable. Also, I guess I could speed its overall attack pattern up even more. That means it's attacking every, what, 15 seconds? That sucks. Why would I do that? Let's see. If it's greater than 30, do this, and then delays that. Why it's so slow? That's terrible. I need the 40 frames there. I think I'm going to vastly speed this up. I don't want the player being able to run away. And then the player should only go back to having 5 attack and not 100 attack. Spell info. 5's good for now. That's not a save. That's a save. I mean, if you want to tell your mother, just say, "Hey, Mom, I want to voice act. Do you mind?" I don't know. I mean, if you're not even a teenager, I don't think your mother's going to be worried about you becoming a voice actor or something. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know your mother, so maybe she's absolutely upset about it for all I know. Let's give him like 200 attack here. Not gonna lie, I wish I had been young growing up in this day and age. I would have so done all kinds of, YouTube and, Twitch and everything like that from a young age. Oh man, I'd have been all over that. It'd have been great. I just recently started doing this, and it's just fun. Like you just chat with people, and if you were already going to be doing something in front of the computer, hey, it's not like there's it's not like it's that much harder to just turn on a stream and be like, hey, how's it going? Got a microphone in front of you already, you just start talking at it. I actually did a bunch of practice streams where it wasn't live to anybody, it was just private streams just to get used to chatting into it. That's good. There's all for opportunity. Definitely one here. Oh, that's right. The boss needs to have a thing that stops him from being able to move on top of the player. That's right. That was one of the big gripes I have with it, is that the player would get stuck underneath it and unable to move. I want a thing that damages the player if the boss gets on top of them. Or gets near him, I should say. So let's say if the player is within 200, and then it just applies darkness. Doesn't apply damage. How did I do this here for the damage? if I'm right there, and then projectile 2 would figure that out. I think NPC 2 does it. So I need to make a whole system for doing this. So page 2 is where it's at. And then do I treat it like a pool? Actually, wait a minute here. I could drop an event right under the player, and then that just does the damage if the enemy is close enough to them. Is that what we're doing? It's not a bad idea. Right, so the boss gets within 300. And the music back on because I don't have a game running. Let's make another spell here. Is it a pool? I guess it counts as a pool. Vision? It doesn't need a type. Alright, so we do that, and then I'm gonna cheat and not actually add a whole new system for this. Oh, wait for your main character's voice actor? For what? What are you doing the main character's voice actor for? Yeah, just recycle this here. This one's not going to do this anymore. It's just going to have the initial thing here. Maybe a pool or a projectile. I guess I'm copying a pool. It does seem kind of unnecessary though, right? Huh. Oh, for a run and gun game? That's cool. What's the game? I think I just do run this. I don't even need to run the rest of it. So this gets self-variable damage. This event ID. You're damaged. And then it'll flip itself, switch D on. Just destroy itself. We don't need this. And this is 271. This will go under Game Player X. Game Player Y. I might want to put a delay on that. Yeah, I might want to do that. So if he does that, then I think I want him to wait like... I'll give him a second. I could have moved away from the player too. How about that? I've got to turn the sound off of the game again. Oof. Oops. Oh, yeah. Oh, trust me, I'm not out of game ideas, but, you know, when I put this game up, people will be able to offer suggestions on improvements for it. I actually have 3 different games I'm working on, but I kind of shelved the other 2 temporarily to make this one. Okay, well, he runs into player. That does work. He gets stuck on the player still, though. Alright, so... Don't like that. Oh yeah, I'll get around to making a trailer for the game at some point, but I gotta finish making enough of the game to have that. I make a little like 30-second clips of it though. I need to make a new one of those and put it on Twitter and everything. Because I would probably get more views if I actually posted those instead of just a link to a YouTube video or YouTube stream. Probably. Well, it's not really a demo. I'm gonna have a prototype version of the game out that people will be able to mess with, and eventually it'll, I guess, become a demo, and then eventually become a full game. Just over time, I'll just keep adding to it. I don't know. I'm not gonna release it like a regular game. I'm just gonna make it available all the time, so then people can suggest things, and I can work on it on the stream. Just get perpetual content. You don't want to spawn the blood thingy, right? It already does that, doesn't it? There's no point in spawning this. With object damage, we'll do that. I have a method for animating 2D animation, yeah. I made all the animations for this game, so I like to think that I have some idea how to do it. I even made the plugin that does all the animates the characters too. I'm like an artist and a coder. Alright, where's the boss at? Come on. There you are. That's a little slow. I don't really like that. You know, math does help when you do coding. I mean, you don't got to know a lot of math. Like, you know, they act like you need to know calculus or something. No, you really don't. But, you know, a lot of math that you would normally use on a calculator, you're going to probably need that. It's going to be pretty common. And every once in a while, you might need geometry or something for anything 3D or... Like I work on a lighting plugin, and that lighting plugin also uses a bit of geometry. But overall, most of the time it's just, you know, adding small numbers. It's really not a lot. It's more of a logic thing than an actual math thing. Okay, so I think what I want the boss to do is if the player is within a certain range to dash it then. Which I think would be much cooler. So what we're gonna do is this. Actually, I could just do the moves here. Let's see, we'll do a quick dash here. So we'll change its speed 2x faster. Of course, skip can't move. And then we'll move toward player a few times. And then we'll change the speed back to normal. And then... Oh. Then if the player is still within a certain range, we'll say 180. It'll spawn the event to deal damage. And then... Do I move away from the player, or do I just jump away from the player? I started coding a couple years ago. Actually, yeah, about 2 years ago. 2.5 maybe. I had to take a big break due to some health problems, so I didn't actually code during a lot of that, but most of the time it's really not that hard. You just start, you know, by doing little things at a time. And when I first started RPGMaker, I didn't even really know what a variable was terribly well, and by the end of it, you know, 2 years later, I'm making all these weird things. Well, I mean, it's technically copyrighted by me anyway. You don't actually have to make a rule saying don't use copyrighted stuff. But, you know, if you want to make fan art of my characters, that's whatever, I don't care. I mean, you know, whatever. I get the feeling that I don't think anyone's really going to steal this game necessarily, because even if they did, I now have like 150 hours of me programming it available on YouTube to prove it's mine. So if they try to put it on Steam or something, Steam's just gonna laugh at them. Like, okay, go ahead and try, you know. It's giving it away for free anyway, so I'm not even charging anybody. But the working theory is people who are going to steal stuff, they're probably going to steal it anyway. But if they just use it in games like that, you know, I mean, well, I'll be surprised if people even successfully release a game in general. I don't think it's quite the problem that people think it is, because most people don't actually successfully release a game. I guess I could have them turn a different direction and jump. So I'll just have them move away from it. I don't need to have them jump. Jumping runs into the problem. They might get stuck in something. I don't want that. Might have them move also faster away though. Alright, so that's the case. Let's see it. We're gonna not recycle the move on this. Let's move away from the player on this one here. This will create a ram attack. And I'll give him, I guess, a 2-second reload. Roblox items? I don't actually know what Roblox is, to be honest. Like, I've heard the name mentioned before, and that's pretty much all I know about it, is someone mentioned Roblox. One of the great ironies of game dev is that you don't get a lot of time to actually play games because you're so busy making them. So it's just, I'm way behind on any kind of games. Alright, where are you at, boss? I also need to make the damage thing. Yeah. Oh, there you go. It just rams you. Hey, I like that. That's actually kind of funny. It's like a snake. Oh, it got stuck on me. How about that? Yeah, it goes boom. I like that. I might want to make the distance a little closer so it actually looks like the player's getting hit. That's actually, so far, its most effective attack. And then does it poison? I'll probably take a break in a second anyway, just so I can get more to drink and hit up the restroom. I've been sitting here for about 2.5 hours. It's drinking a lot of tea. Just saying. But I was testing this and I get really excited, so I just keep working on things and then eventually go, hey, wait a minute. Why do we do that? I guess I could have it try to jump on the player and damage him. Right here. Oh yeah, tea is wonderful. Pretty much all I drink. Well, that and water, I guess. Pretty much whatever black tea I can find. Trader Joe's has a fantastic English breakfast that I drink all the time. I think I'm going to want to recycle this code, so I think I'm going to make a boss dash. Yeah. Or like ram attack or something. Sure. We'll call it ramming speed. Yeah. Ramming speed. And just so everybody can use it, we will edit this script. This get self variable. Basically, I guess I call it EID. That's fine. A little generic for my taste, but I do need this. And then this set self variable EID 271. And then we're going to run this comment here. Ramming speed. Okay, I don't need this anymore then. I think I'm going to copy that. I'm going to put it right here, but I'm going to remove that part there. So it jumps to space near the player. Do I need all that? Let's see. Do I want them to ram if they land near the player? Or do I just want them to drop the damage event if they're close enough? I think I would just want that instead, right? Yeah. Yeah. If the enemy's close enough, just do that. I don't really want them to ram necessarily, so that was just a waste of time. Whatever. I might use the ramming speed for everything else though, so or for something else, that's fine. Actually, why am I just copying this? Yeah. Nah, doesn't matter. I just type it. Whatever. And player.x. Game player y. So if it's within 200, we'll do that. Game on this, so it effectively acts like the boss lands on the player. That might be too good though, we'll see. Because of how RM handles jumps, they're very fast. But I almost want to... I guess I do put a danger where the boss is going to land. So if you stand near the danger, you deserve everything you get. That's true. Huh. There you go. Alright, jump at me, boss. Do it. He's a little more aggressive. I mean, you have to beat the boss to win, so running away from the boss doesn't really help as much, so that's notable. And I'm going to make the boss spawn at the end of the level, not just chase the player the whole time. Now, how threatening is the boss if I'm just doing this kind of stuff? Kind of futzes around a lot, like. Also, it applies that damage before it lands. There needs to be a moment that it waits to apply that damage, because I want the player to actually, the boss to land at its location first. Jump in space near player. It does wait. It's probably a slight wait to go with this. One of the big problems I've been discovering is that I make things too fast. There needs to be waits in between things so it's fair to the player. Also, I watched a video by the guy who made Smash Brothers, and he was saying that he showed me how having like hits take time and everything like that, and how like you could freeze things for a moment would actually cause the hit to seem like it had more impact. That's pretty cool. What about a single player, April? I mean, the game I'm making is single player. That's true. RPGMaker doesn't really do multiplayer. No, not at all. Very hard to do in this. Alright, where you at, boss? Came out of nowhere there. Come on. Jump on me. A little slow there. I don't know how I like that or not. I'm stuck on me. I don't know about that. I think for this dash, it needs to have a through on so he doesn't get stuck on me. I'm going to take about a 60-second break to go hit up the restroom real fast. So I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. It took a little longer than I thought because, well, I realized I was out of tea. And that just makes me sad. The most sad. I'm still having a problem making this boss a little, making it more threatening. It's just so easy to evade him. I guess it's... I've also played a lot, so... I probably need to remember that the other person playing hasn't played the game that much, so don't make the boss hard enough for me, make the boss hard enough for the average person. And realize this isn't the final boss, so it doesn't have to be super complicated. Oh, no worries about eating Quiet April. It's all good. Just, you know, do whatever you want to do. It's all good. I mean, I wasn't even here for about maybe 2 minutes, so, you know. I'm killing random enemies. I just want to spawn the boss, and I have it set to spawn after just 2 tarot cards. That's not how the game will normally play out, but I don't want to have to collect them all just to spawn the boss. So you do the ramming speed thing, and it hits you and it moves away. I might spawn a particle on the boss when it's ramming so it looks like it's actually doing something cool. Huh. That's an idea. So what if I do... Okay, let's play with some particles. Actually, I'll do my loading off screen real quick. Oh, there's nothing personal to worry about. Good enough. Get right back on the screen in a second. I could do... I mean, would it just be smoke, like it's just moving really fast? It'd be hilarious if it had a Roadrunner noise. I do want this to be kind of silly. Let's make the background black. I'm gonna just do the little pop-it thing where it just looks like that. Is that even be that cool? I'll give it a try. I mean, what's the worst that happens? It sucks. Okay. So character setup should have it. What's for combat here? Combat's that, okay, sure. I think I have it set over here instead. Pop-it abilities does it. Alright, so we'll take those, and then we're going to put it into ramming speed here. And then I think I can just get away with this event ID on this, and then it's going to be on top of this event, and it's just called this event ID. And we'll do game map dot event ID y minus 100, because all my stuff is operating at a really low number of pretty much negative 100Z. I don't remember exactly why I arrived at that, but whatever, it's fine. There was a reason for it. Actually, I don't know why I didn't pick off that too. What's the command to delete that again? I always forget it. Player on there. So we'll do this, and then I think I might do 30. I don't want to change that. I might do 30 right about here, and then do the remaining 90 here. Split up a bit. When it charges, I want it to actually create like a little smoke trail. It's not moving very far though, so it might not look very cool. We'll find out. Because I think I could always have them dash them a little farther away too. Gives the player a chance to dodge. Come on, boss, where you at? Confused. No. It does kind of move faster up there, but the problem is that particular thing is too small for him. Okay. I don't want 80 particles. I want it to be a few less particles. But have it just refresh more often. 0-1 maybe. 0-2. That's probably a little more accurate for it anyway. Even then it might need to be a few more. Or not. Actually, let's do point. It makes more sense anyway. They need to have a longer life expectancy, so that's where they trail behind. Probably a little longer than that. And then it looked like it was maybe half the size of it. Let's just scale it to normal and see what happens. But the ending scale will be smaller. I like it a little less ridiculous there. Can I darken it a bit? Make it like a little gray or something? I can just use a darker cloud if I want for that though. Speaking of which. It'll do. We'll call this boss ramming speed. Where's that at? delete this. Copy it into my particles folder. Copy the name. Dump it into particle emitter. I might set it even lower. Like minus 105. I don't remember exactly where it's displaying the animated images though. I think it might be minus 100 though. Slow load in there. Interesting. Oh, conveniently right next to me. Where you at, boss? That did not do what I wanted. They need to spawn really fast and have a really long life. That's what I'm seeing. Because he's moving too quick, so they don't really stay behind him. Alright, alright. I can get behind that. Also, I might put it at negative 100 or something like that. Looks like they need to have a really long life. Maybe I just go with the poster I originally had. Because he goes like this. Which isn't going to be much of a smoke thing behind him. Also, I think it needs to scale down a bit. Actually, this is reversed. This makes no sense. Why would it start larger? Smoke spreads out. Duh. That's much better. Also, it looks better the other way. Yeah. I'm trying to avoid using too many particles because it does matter. You can't just get away with using infinite particles. These spawn really fast. It lasts a long time. But it moves about this speed, so... We'll try it as it is. Lost ramming speed. Oh, I misspelled the other one anyway. Nice, good job, me. Well done. Now we're just going to go ahead and fix those so that they're spelled correctly, because it'll bug me otherwise. I'm trying to fix it in particle emitter. Otherwise the game will crash. Oh, it's almost night for you? Oh, well, I'm a little secret here. It is actually 3:53 a.m. for me here. I just keep really bad hours. It's just what's available to me, so. It was already night a while ago. Now we're approaching the will eventually be morning. Where I will hiss at the sun and then go find a coffin and lay in that or something. No, probably not gonna do that. I might hiss at the sun though. That could possibly happen. Do I want this to go from a greater distance? Alright, so... let's try that. See if we get more of a Fast and the Furious type of smoke trail behind it. You know, either having Roadrunner noises or like, you know, a car noise or something when it tries to run you down would be hilarious. That could happen. That could happen. I'm not opposed to that. There is cars in this world. I mean, they're older cars. But there are cars. Technically, that car is probably from the wrong era, too. I just need to find a car that's actually of an earlier era than that one. Well, whatever. I'll get around to it at some point. Oh, the thingy went away. That's interesting. Yeah. I do like it better. I don't like that it keeps ending up on top of it, though. Yeah. I do like that. It is funny to me. Okay, when it jumps near the player, I also want it to have the little cloud thingy. Why not? Just cause. I'm down for this. Yeah, let's do that. I like that. But I think I actually want to set it even farther below. How far down are these? Where's the floor at, I guess is the question. Minus 140. Oh, we got lots of space down there. We're not even worried about that. That's perfect. I need to hunt down a car noise. It would be too hilarious. It would be even funnier if it was actually just an evil clown saying beep beep or something like that. Or an evil clown making car noises. But that might be a little much to find. I'm sure I have car noises though. Somewhere. I have a lot of sound effects just sitting around. But having to listen to sound effects is like really tedious and awful, so I wouldn't subject anyone else to that. Oh, cloud thing is still there for that. There we go, it's moving around. Come on, jump at me. Do it. Jump at me. Here we go. It's way more threatening now. Plus he still leaves poison everywhere too. I'll balance the numbers later. I'm just trying to give them their attacks right now. I'm going to give the real test. I'm just going to try to run away from him and see what happens. Because the biggest problem I've found is a lot of the bosses, you just run away. Okay, well, he's a lot harder to run away from now. He's still kind of far away, though, but he's not that far away, because he's trying to spawn right there. There he is, so yeah. I haven't really successfully ran away from him at all. That's good. Yeah, he's over there now. He's kind of keeping up with me. I mean, you're still supposed to beat the boss to beat the level, so... I think I'm pretty happy with this one. I mean, not without the numbers for the damage yet, but... Did I lose him finally? Where you at, little buddy? Oh, he's over there now. Yeah, I'm relatively happy with him. Between the leap and the teleport to get near the player, he's really hard to get rid of. He acts pretty fast. Okay. I'm fine with him. I might make some changes later, but I think that he's good enough for what we're working on here. Which means I should probably work on the other ones. Also, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to change the picture back in the photo form so that it shows him and not the wrong picture. I changed it for a thumbnail. I never changed it back. Which one are you? I'm just going to sort by date. It is sorted by date. No wonder it's in a weird order. That's right, I named it You Don't Know Jack. Since they're Jack in the Boxes. Oh yeah, I've been streaming for 3 hours, yeah. I end up streaming for a while. Sometimes I stream until as early as like 6 in the morning, which means I've streamed for 5 hours. I kind of keep a weird schedule, so it's just what I do. For story map 1, that's this one. And while I'm at it, I need to fix this one too, because it's got the tiger kitties and they're not even in the game yet. They will be soon, if I get around to it. I should just sort these by name. I need... Where are you at? There we go. The Annie Bells. And that should fix that. Yeah, I'll probably end up streaming a fair amount of time tonight because I don't feel that tired tonight. So I do have to be to work at 2:30 tomorrow. If I go to sleep at around 6 or 7, that'll still give me 6 hours of sleep. That is more than enough. There you go. Now the Jacks have their picture back. I want people to know what they're going to be facing inside of the picture. I might move these hand thingies. I don't like them in front of the pictures. I might put them in between or something. Maybe make them move back and forth or something so they're at least more interesting. I was decorating. I thought a bunch of doll hands and doll feet would be a great decoration. In hindsight, it was okay, I guess. Alright, so... I'm not that happy with the Annie Bells yet. Let's just grab 2 of these. I remember I worked on one a lot, but she doesn't really do any damage, but she does fire all these darkness things. There was some darkness mechanic I was trying to make where it makes everything dark like this. Make her harder to fight. I was making assassin Annie bells, but I haven't really made them yet. Like, I made them, but I didn't really want to put them in the first version because, well, I want it to be released some year. Oh, well. See you when you get back, April. I'll probably be here another couple hours, might guess. Or if I get really hungry, I'll leave. But otherwise, we'll see. I'm enjoying this, so. She doesn't do a whole lot. She just fires darkness shots. That didn't even hit me. Like, I had to go over the side to make it hit me. She applies a lot of darkness. But I guess she is pretty obnoxious. Just fire a lot. It does make it hard to find things in the darkness. I put a heal item in just to make it so that you can actually you can destroy the projectiles by shooting them. Just so you can remove the darkness, but these don't inflict damage, do they? They do. She's okay. Honestly, like, I wanted her to be the third boss, but the Jack boss seems harder than her. Huh. I'll have to think about this one. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with her. I do like the darkness idea. I already programmed it in, so clearly I'm fine with it. But originally I was considering making a thing where it kills you if you have too much darkness. I also have the dolls having, like the Annie Bell dolls had a different mechanic if it was dark enough. Because, you know, the lore of the attic is that they're a bunch of cowards, but they're cannibals. And that they'll eat anything that gets too close, but they're too terrified to do it any other time than when you can't see them, so they become way more devastating in the darkness, which means that I need to make these do more damage in the darkness or do something else. Because if the little ones actually just are more obnoxious when it gets dark, that is kind of fun too. Any errors going on you know about? I should probably get rid of all this so that I'm not telling you all this information over and over. 787 is making a bunch of stuff there. So I might do that with them. Move 787 from the mix here. Let me think about that. Make a note of that. Annie bells. Make little Annies have different attacks in the darkness. I mean, I did make an assassin version of them that was really hard to see in the darkness, but they also inflicted darkness, and the goal of them was just to make it dark so then they could run in and start attacking you. But I guess that all the Annies could get, like, they could literally have all these projectiles that don't actually deal damage, they just inflict darkness, and whenever it's dark they become way meaner. Oh. Hi Jay Marie, how's it going? You're just in time to see me fight disembodied clown heads. I'm sure your life is now made better by this fact. These things are more dazed than confused, but they just explode when they get nearby you. I like how they've crucified one of the little Annie bells, but it's a little tiny version of an Annie bell because when I made it, it was too big. I wasn't big enough, or I don't know. Oh. What a coincidence, I'm still awake. Right, that's not really a coincidence at all. Hopefully you slept well. Okay, these little clownhead projectiles suck. I remember what they do now. They create fires, and the fires burn. Like the more fires, the more it burns. Like they start expanding. But did that damage me even though it wasn't near me? This isn't very threatening. So I need to make the Jack boss do cooler things. Oh, these aren't the Jacks. These are the clown heads. So make boss not appear dazed and confused. Confused. Actually, all the clown heads probably need that for that matter. Yeah, they need to be more aggressive, because the player can just run away. I mean, those things are aggressive. So, let's see, the mini clown heads need an evasion. Need evasion if player is in ghost form. Otherwise, they just sit into the player, and that would defeat the whole purpose. Okay, well, this character needs some work. Some work indeed. Oh yeah, those tiger keys. I haven't added those yet. Or the voodoo dolls, which are broken. Something wrong with my animation plugin that stops it from switching between attack and idle without crashing the game. Alright, so I want to alter the clown head shot. Explode there, the boss shot there. It's too slow. It's set to be really fast. Clown head boss shot. Why is it not that fast? I guess I can make its time a lot longer. We'll give it like 15, I guess. It'll last a good fraction of time longer, at least 33%. Although less than 33%, but still. No, it's a little more than 33% longer. That's fine, but it just seems really slow. I guess I could just really speed it. Now it's already at. Does projectile 2 have a weight on it or something? Oh yeah, the voodoo doll animation. It's so cool. I actually got it working in UE, but I couldn't get it to work in this. But the voodoo dolls actually have pins through their arms. They spin around with the pins sticking out, trying to stab you. As soon as they get into the play, they just start spinning and come towards the player really fast. I might make them bounce off of things, or like a a sort of a bounce. Like as soon as they impact something, they'll start moving a different direction. I'm gonna add that to my notes. So they're not going to be in the game for a while due to the fact that they're broken, and the first version is just so people can test it anyway. So, but I'll make a note of it. Voodoo dolls. Bounce off objects. Maybe like a pinball game. That could be funny. But yeah, they're cool. I wanted them in. They were actually slated to be in along with these things known as the Tiger Kitties, which are a Tiger Cat doll. I have a picture of the Voodoo dolls and the kitties, for that matter. Where are you at? So Voodoo dolls. Oh, nope, too big. Yep, these are my Voodoo dolls. Kind of a dark picture, but still. You can see the claws sticking out of them. And the bigger one, the boss one. We got those. These are the other ones that are eventually there. I have the little Tiger Kitties. They roam the wild plains of the attic. Eating whatever dolls happen to be lying about. Or whatever's left of the dolls. They're basically the attic cleaners. These actually could just be in the game. It's just that I already have enough enemies that are already doing things, so they just kind of didn't make it. Oh, the Voodoo dolls? Or the kitties, because the kitties are adorable. Yes, the Voodoo dolls they're fun. We like them. I wonder if I have a better render of them. I might. I think I actually do? Question mark? No, I didn't render those yet. Okay, I've got those. I've also got teddies. I have these teddies that run around with plastic swords and hit people. There's like big pictures of ones like that. I have the Annabelles that I was just fighting. And of course the Jacks. They're also very friendly looking, you know, just in case you were about to go to sleep, anybody, you know, just saying. It's not really a horror game. It just happens to have a macabre feel to it. Do I have any other pictures of the enemies? I've got a crazy fortune teller doll who gives the player spells and everything like that. Though I haven't coded that in yet, but these are the graphics I've already made for it. Oh yeah, see April, I'm just helping you out. You know, I want you to sleep really well tonight, so I'm just showing you all the creatures in the game. It's fine. Oh, well. How do you feel about disembodied clown heads? I mean, because that's what we have here. We don't have full clowns. They're just floating heads of clowns. Because why not? It's very good. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Do I have any other things here? I've got the little voodoo doll attack animations. They're like spinning with their little needles out. Made 168 animations for them. I can't even use them yet. 168 frames, I should say. not sure I have any other things there. I have a character who lives in paintings. He's a Harlequin who lives in paintings. Who's not necessarily a doll. She just lives in the paintings. Don't even worry about it. She just walks around in the paintings and talks to people. Watching things. My actual narrator, effectively. What else I got? I've got Poppet as a ghost. There are all kinds of crazy graphics. Much of that is not actually going to be in the game for a while, though. Well, some of it is, but... Oh, yeah. The Harley Quinn chick? Yes, she is. Very necessary. I don't think if any other graphics already made for it or not. Maybe. If I ever get around to it, I have a human version of Poppet for, you know, how it before she, you know, became a doll. So, got her. Oh, thanks, April. Since I'm the graphics guy, that always feels good. Yeah, I'm the graphics guy. I do all the graphics. I do the coding. I'm the one-man army here. I didn't do the music. Okay, I did not make the music of the game. That I just paid for. Fair enough. No skill with music and sound effects. Just an artist and a coder. I could probably figure out how to do sound effects. That I could probably figure out. Music. No. Just no. Yeah, you see the Harley Quinn's running around through the pictures like that. She just runs through the photos. See back there? There's a fortune teller just hovering there and everything like that because she can. See, she's just running on through there, just watches you and follows. I've been doing art for quite a while. At one point I did advertisements on websites, and I also did website designs for people. But mostly the advertisements are, like, I'd make advertising images and everything. And, well, it didn't make a lot of money, so I kind of moved out of doing that to other things, but it made money for a while. But now I just use it for game dev. There's another character that's will probably eventually be in the game, this giant doll here. And the original version of Poppet. But, you know, not using her at the moment because I like the new version better. Then there's these guys. I have to make the teddies work. Basically, I need to finish designing what amounts to 3 types of regular enemies and 3 more bosses. And then I have enough for a prototype that people can just play around with. It won't have any story or anything included yet, but people can give me their ideas or how they feel about the game and see if they actually like it. I have these guys here, and they're also not very aggressive, though they can be. They run up and swing their weapon like that, but they didn't even hit me. It does hit, it's not very good. Oh, cool. That'll be great, April. I want everyone to play it, you know? One of the problems I've found being an indie game dev is people don't even try your games. So, because there was originally a version of this that I put up for that game jam that I made in a month, and I think 41 people downloaded it over the course of a month, and they were all people involved with the game jam. Nobody else cared. So I went back to the drawing board anyway. Yeah, the teddies don't really do much, do they? That one kind of does. He leaps towards you, but... Their animation kind of sucks. They kind of jerk around because their walking animation, their idle animation has the sword too far apart. I think I need to fix that. Let's make a note of that. Teddies. Fix idle and walking animations. Have sword in same location, or at least close, so it doesn't do that, you know, quick waving back and forth like that. That looks so stupid. They're fine once they're walking, but the second they stop, yeah. Yeah, this one had a slow mechanic, which does work. Okay, so the teddies could catch you. So it's not really that tough of a fight so far. Okay, well, we gotta work on that. I did have other versions of the enemies that are already made. I could actually take those and steal the mechanics from them. Because I originally had 3 different versions of each enemy. Oh yeah, you'll quickly discover, Jay and Marie, that this is that there's a lot of games out there, and getting your name out there to get people to even try the stuff is just, it's a nightmare. I've seen people spend, you know, 1,000 hours on a game for 10 people to play it. It's just ugly. People have this delusion they're going to sell it on Steam. No, it's not going to work like that at all. I have seen a few success stories, so it's not like all grim or anything like that, but there's definitely a lot of game dev horror stories. I hang out with a lot of game devs, and the things they can tell you. Oof. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that, April. I guess which ones do I work on first? The jacks are the ones that seem ready. I guess the Annibals are the next closest. The clown heads are kind of there. They're not very aggressive. Oh. Well, you should look into that, Jay Marie. It's definitely a lot of fun, right? You know. Mentally prep for failures. Why do you need to prep for those? Failing's perfectly fine. It just means that you know what to do next time, you know, or what not to do, I should say, because, you know, in order to get good at something, you gotta fail a lot. That's okay, because as long as you learn from a failure, then it wasn't all bad. It's perfectly fine. I think I make the clown heads next, I guess, because they're supposed to be the easiest ones. I think that the boss relocate just always needs to be locate near the player. Like, I don't ever want the boss to just relocate naturally. Right? Maybe if the boss is hurt, I want them to do that. But otherwise... Why is it stopping at that distance? I don't want it to stop. No, I think it should actually just move towards the player. Also, I can just use the 3x move towards the player. I don't need to have the other. I don't know why I need this. I think the clown boss should actually be faster. I really do. Just a much more aggressive enemy, because all the other clown heads literally try to ram themselves into you. Wrote an essay about failing? Why would you write an essay about failing? That doesn't sound like something that you want to delve too far into, or unless it's a, you know, if you fail, you know, pick yourself back up. Really needs to jump to space near player if they get too far away. I think I might steal the ramming thing from this one too. After all the clown heads ram things, so why shouldn't this one ram things? So I might make an explosion that it does instead. Like if it just rammed the player and shot fire everywhere, it went, like exploded fire everywhere. Well, the boss could blow itself up and then reform. That'd be kind of neat. It just runs at you and explodes into fire, and then it appears somewhere else out of fire. That's kind of neat. That might be what it does. Ramming speed already includes damage, right? Oh. Well, that's a good thing to write then. Did you end up winning the competition, or at least placing? I need the self-rifle offense. Oh. Well, you'll have to let us know how you do. Hopefully you win. We're all rooting for you. creating effects 1 device number. I might just use this. That would actually let me cheat pretty well here, right? So the actual particle is called boss teleport. See if I can repurpose this boss teleport to be a flame column or something. Siren. This kind of sucks. Not fast enough to be useful. I hate that. Guess I use small fire. Huh. I could just blow this particle up. Oh, well. See you when you get back, April. Do I make this slightly larger, or do I do something else for it? Fire block fire, enemy fire. I could do that. The way you make the particles different in this is you can do a couple things. You can either simply change the color of the particle itself, and then you can use different images to, also change it. So if I want it to be say like purple, see where now it's just purple. It needs to be bigger though. If he's going to explode into fire, then I think he needs to be, it's got to cover him completely. There's a different particle I want to use, I think, as a base. I could just make a particle from nothing, but a lot of times I'm already close to having something, so I just do that instead. So this one accelerates up. Let's scale it bigger. Let's make it like a scale of 2 here. I'm gonna make some other colored graphics for this too, potentially, or maybe I'll just make the particle the right color. I like to recycle particles a lot though, so I usually don't color the particle. I just color the actual images I'm using. Most of the time I just recycle the same handful of images because it's just quicker. I could have them throw out in a distance. This is technically a burst. Would rotating them make a difference? Yeah, this is a really simple particle creator. I'd like to get 1 million subs. I probably really would. That'd be pretty awesome. But, you know. I'll settle for getting to 200 right now because I don't even have 200 yet. Did they get disconnected or something? I don't know if rotating even makes a difference, if I like it better or not. Well, maybe it is a little better, actually. It was like negative 200 on the acceleration, so they go faster. More tower of flame here. I think they go way too fast. Let me double check. I'll make it white and then I can see better. It doesn't really go away that fast. Huh. Oh, I appreciate that, J. Marie. Thank you. Pretty much stream most nights, so usually around the same time. It's just when I have available. I need a few more particles there to really ice it up a little. I'll try this. See how it even looks. I might have the size all wrong. Clown boss. Fire pillar? That's kind of what it is, a fire pillar. Sure, why not? This, nope, not that. Plugin. And then add it to here real quick. And then I need to make one of these effects here, so probably this, recycle this effect, right? Boss teleport. It's already set to the right time, it doesn't need to have this on it. That. Alright, let's name the particle here real quick. And then I was using which graphics again. Do this one here. And there, I think I need to make a red version of the fire thing. Sorry, a black version of the fire thing. That's fine. So 272, and then do I want the boss to actually relocate completely away from the player after they explode, or do I want them to be near the player? Probably relocate away from the player. That seems reasonable. No, I didn't copy it. Where was that? Here. This was 272. Oh. At that point, it's not even ramming speed you want. It's just him moving towards it and then using the clown boss fire pillar thingy. I guess I need an if on this one. Jumps to near the player, it has a collision behavior, but what it'll do here is that. Well, no, I want distance here. Let me follow the distance code. So we'll say if it's... How close do we want this to work off of? It's got to be... really close, right? Like if it's just really, really close, otherwise it just tries to ram you. So we'll say if it's within 200, it does that, else it'll try to move towards. And if for some reason it can't pass, it'll jump to near the player, or it'll move around like an idiot for a moment. I guess we'll see if that portion of it works first before I add more to it. Hmm. I didn't do what I wanted at all. Oh. Well, have a wonderful night, April. Oh. Unless you're coming right back immediately, in which case, still have a wonderful night, but, we'll see you again if you're coming right back. If not, well, I'll be here tomorrow night. Streaming away. I think I just want to make it spawn that event there instead of teleporting away necessarily. Then I do the boss relocate there, just a normal one there. Oh, are you coming back like immediately, April? I thought you were just heading off for the night or something, but I might have misunderstood. I guess I wanted to move near the player too, for that matter. So we want through on, and then they can still move near the player. Oh, yeah, we'll change the move speed. This is very in keeping with what the clown heads do. Let's do it in reverse here. That's way. Actually, they don't even work play. They just need to change their speed back and through off, and then I think I want this behavior to be randomized between the two. And I want it to trigger at a greater distance. Maybe it's 600. Maybe I just want them to really run at the player. It'll be these two, and then it'll do this, but it's going to happen much less frequently. I think I'm going to do it if it happens all random 4, I guess. And then if the amount's greater than 2 or equal to 2, then it will trigger just a regular move, but it'll have a 25% chance to do the really big explosion ram. Yeah. Do it at 600, and if the player's too far away, Um, what do I want them to do if they're not within that range? Is just jump to the near the player? I mean, that's not terrible. I don't think this collision behavior ever needs to be something it does, right? Oh wait, this is if they can't pass, so jumping near the player is fine. Collision behavior is kind of lame. I don't know if I like it that much. That'll be fine. I'll try it like that. Then I need to make this actually deal damage. And I think I'm just going to add a spell for it. Oops. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Well, almost 5 a.m. here. I can feel my game dev powers waning as the sun is coming up. Oh, it's not quite here yet. It's definitely a little later. Well, see when you get back, Gamer. I will still be here, at least for a while. The fire pillar with an extra P because the boss stutters evidently. Oh, I copied the whole thing like that. Yeah, 20 is probably fine. I don't know. I don't think I want it to last very long. Maybe I do, I don't know. I'll leave it at 3 actually, just in case. Then we're going to copy pool information off of this thing here. All you need to do is copy all that and it should be fine. And then self-switch D, right? I guess self-switch A is fine too. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't need a status duration. It doesn't have a duration for that. Sure. Do the pools have a type? I guess it doesn't matter because I'm actually using the NPC thing, so it shouldn't make a difference. I guess let's see what that does. Yeah. We need to set up invincibility frames when they're teleporting around. Ramming speed. That was lame. So move near the player, and then if the player happens to be within a certain distance, we'll say 300. Then I guess for else, we'll have it move away from the player. So I'm gonna have it move a couple extra space. No, not that. Towards the player. We'll have it move a couple extra spaces towards the player on that one. And then just turns that off at the bottom. Let's see. This needs to land to the player. Not quite the effect I want yet. It's going to take some real trickery to make this one happen. RM's graphics are a little limited. I didn't hit the enemy at all there. On to the other one. Do it! Do it! Oops. Ready? Come on. Come on. Give me all your water. I did it there. That's a lot of damage. He's still not aggressive enough for my taste. How much does he even do? One? Yeah, okay, that's not. I guess that actually does add up a lot. I walked in there and just did a bunch of ones, but I was missing like 15 health or something. I'm not sure the player's starting health is even going to be. Okay, well, that was depressing. Alright, I'm gonna swap these. I've heard enough of them. Use these ones instead. Okay, I'm really not very impressed with this one. I mean, technically, you could just have ramming speed. This is just like a big ramming speed, really, when you think about it. So technically, this could also just do the ramming speed too. Give the player the chance to block it. I don't need both. I'm not gonna let them block the ramming speed. I think they have to move away from the ram. It's more interesting that way. I need to position myself near the clown heads thingy so I don't gotta keep flying on over. Okay, this just needs to be moved near the player. Because otherwise they just kind of bounces back and forth. It's just not very aggressive. I think almost all of them are going to have a jump near the player or teleport near the player option. Just to keep the player from running away from them. The player has the whole level to fight them in. I guess the projectile ones don't want to be right next to the player, so they're going to have they have to get near the player without being totally near the player. Or maybe a teleport that's somewhat nearby the player, but not actually right next to the player. I should make the boss hammer like that all the time, just jumps off of some things and he just tries to go all like, you know, like wrestling on you like that. It's just off the top rope. WWE is just like, whatever it's called now. That was way more aggressive. Nice. It's almost exploded too far away. I have a hard time shooting them before they can get close. And they're really tiny, but that could also be why they're obnoxious in the first place. I guess I should include a hurt behavior for those so you can't just chain attack them. Kind of run away from the clown boss. What's he gonna do about it? No, he's trying to fight me. Do I want ram attacks to even be blockable in the first place? I don't know, the little invincible barrier is already so good. Not as good as the ghost form though, so. And this boss just kind of faffs off. He doesn't really always even hang out and fight me, which I don't like. I feel like I'm the one hunting him down versus the other way around. His ram's pretty obnoxious. It goes far. Those things are so hard to hit. We need to work on those clowns. They are dodging machines. But I think they explode at 140. I guess that's almost over 3 tiles away, right? Yeah. So if it's over 3 tiles away. Just how far do I really want that to be? I mean, I guess I could try 100 or something. I mean, let's see what. It really feels like they explode an unfair distance away from me. I don't know how I feel about that. And they have a little collision behavior, but it's not the most aggressive thing in the world. They're kind of dumb though, so I don't really want them to be super intelligent. They are supposed to be one of the first enemy, or the first enemy you can actually name one of. That's why they blow themselves to bits too, so you don't have to worry about, you know, killing them necessarily. They'll do it for you. I could make them just actually blow themselves up every time. I do have Berserker ones that are faster, and they blow themselves up every time. Am I really going to want, like, just palette-swapped versions of enemies? I mean, I guess I could. I can only make so many animations, otherwise it's never get done. I guess that would deal with the problem of them being so obnoxious that they're really hard to answer, but I don't know if I would want that to be that easy. I need more of them to spawn if that was the case. I might also increase their hitbox size by a tiny fraction. Well, I already nerfed them a bit. Let's see how they play out. Nerfed a bit. It'll make them do more damage, but I'm not too worried about how much damage it is. It's more how easy it is to actually attack them. I'm going to borrow that one smoke event so it looks like it's charging at the player. I like the visual cue it provides. I guess I could get rid of collision behavior 1 entirely. I think that's one where he kind of faffs off and doesn't do anything useful. Be on here, excuse me. I'll for certain call this stream quits by about 6 a.m. here, so that'll be 43 minutes. No way I'm going to make it past that if I want to be to work tomorrow by 2:30. I'm going to have to get up after like 6 or 7 hours sleep at that point. Do all the stuff I need to and then actually get to work, so. Maybe someday I can just perpetually stream, which would be amazing, but that is not today. Why did I go into this one? Come back, little boss. Fight me. Where you at? That's a little better. Like, you still have an actual chance to kill the stupid things before they just blow you up. How big is your hitbox? They look pretty big. Oh, it's running down that way. They're pretty obnoxious. They kind of evade. Which is weird because I didn't really program them to specifically evade. They just kind of evade anyway. They actually told to move near the player, but they just kind of wobble around all weird. I don't know what that is. It must be something I programmed weird in them. The clown boss is just kind of doing other things. It's just not even paying attention to me. Doesn't even care. That was weird, he just sat there. Oh, I get it. It can't get within range because its hitbox is too big. I guess we'll compromise at 120. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah, I think I need to just get rid of this one where he wanders around. It just makes him useless. So if he's too far away, he'll have a 50% chance to jump near the player. That should make him hyper aggressive. But I mean, it's the boss of the things that literally try to run at you and explode, so you would hope he'd be aggressive. Alright, once again I went into the wrong one. You can definitely tell I'm ending the reaching the end of my night. There we go. Nearing the end of my night. There we go. I can't even say it. Yes, it's definitely winding down. Caffeine is no longer enough. That's interesting. The player's suddenly faster. Okay, well that's weird. Whoa. It's an animal now. The kamikaze. Jeez. Just came flying from the sky at me. Terrifying. Oh, that's right, it needs an option if the player's blocking to move away. I don't want the player getting stuck and unable to move. Yeah, it needs its own else basically. Any more movement-based attacks? Like the whole ramming concept is just something that needs to be in here. Or the jumping on top of the player and things like that. he just kind of wanders off, you know? I think you need something that the player is too far from him. Oh, come on. We'll say 1,000. To make him hyper aggressive. There it is. Ow. So technically the star armor thing, I mean, it's supposed to have damage, so... But it's kind of annoying to have to constantly put it up, so I don't know about that. Just sets it directly at 10, at least I know it works. Definitely feeling tired at this point. I'll try to run from the boss, see if he can catch me. Of course, the explosive does really help them catch too, so I don't know. Oh, well, let's turn this off first, because you're not supposed to have that. Not that level of it. Huh. It's actually pretty dangerous now. Kinda. He's over there now, so... I think they all just need that, where there's a, if they're too far away, they need to just jump near the player or teleport near the player, and then they need a lot of moves that just put them near the player. A lot of attacks that are at heavy range. Obviously that ram attack does too much damage. We'll get to that at some point. I think I'll probably just end up going another 10 minutes and then logging off. I was like, maybe I'll get half an hour, but I don't think I have it in me to work a full day and then stream more than 5 hours on top of it. The 12-hour workday is something for young people, I suppose. I'm not incredibly old or anything, but when someone mentions 12-hour workday, I sure feel old at that point. I was born feeling too old for a 12-hour workday. 11's fine. I'm okay with 11. 12, oof. 13, 14, ugh. I've been there. No thanks. He's a little more aggressive, but he just kind of just wanders off a little bit. I think that little contract that he launches the thing isn't very good. I do like the jump for him. Oh, clown thing kind of sucks. I wanted to breathe fire. I wonder if I can make it breathe fire. Well, to make a realistic fire particle, I need to basically have 8 different fire particles, 1 for each direction. Oh, welcome back, Jimmy. How's it going? I was actually just considering heading off in probably about 9 minutes or so. It is 5:32 a.m. here. Right at that point where caffeine's not good enough anymore. Oh, glad to hear it. Glad to hear you're doing good. Pretty much, no matter what I do, I have to be stop streaming around 6 a.m. because I need enough actual time to sleep in between, you know, work and not, you know, because otherwise I just... Oh, okay, well, that sounds like you're on the East Coast. Or so, I think. Yeah. I'm over in California. Of course, I started streaming at like 1 a.m., so... Yeah, I'm probably gonna head off in about 7 more minutes. After a while, what really happens is I kind of end up staring more at the screen and not actually doing a lot. I was just like, oh, I could be sleeping, or I could be staring at the screen and doing what the clownheads do, be dazed and confused. There you go. Yeah. I gotta make a bunch of graphics. I guess that's technically the same time zone as the Eastern US, right? So, makes sense. I forget that there's actual places that aren't the US a lot of times. It's just how it is. But I'm envious. The Caribbean sounds amazing. That I'm pretty certain that if I ever went to the Caribbean, I would just never leave. I would just stay there, just for the weather alone. Other than hurricanes, I don't know if you get hurricanes or not, but if you do, yeah, kind of suck. Still, probably worth it. I like the heat though. Right now it's cold enough that I had to leave the water dripping on the pipes so that the pipes wouldn't freeze. So it's unpleasant. I don't like it. No. I can probably do this right now. This gonna need to be all the way in the back. Wait. There's already supposed to be a black back to this? Where is it then? Yeah, there's supposed to be one, huh? Oh, wow. It sounds like the best of both worlds there. You don't have to worry about hurricanes, and the coldest is 60F? Jeez. I'm envious. Sign me up for that. That sounds amazing. Well, does this not spawn the frame then? Don't do that. No. No, actually do that. I want to see if it spawns in front of it, just to see if it's spawning. I wish that was what was really cold. Okay, so this is spawning the image here. Jeez. Like it's freezing out where I'm at right now. The temperature is currently, let's see. It is currently, wait for it, wait for it. It's 36 out there right now. It's not bad. Practically warm. So glass is at 102. And then I guess I wasn't sure 105. Oh no, it's not snowing. It's not cold enough to snow yet. Gotta get below 32 and it has to be raining. It's not raining. No, where I'm at, when it rains, it's actually warmer. So, you know, because the cloud cover actually keeps all the heat in. That sounds amazing. I'd like it to be 77 here. It pretty much gets all the way down into the upper 20s in this area, and then it also gets all the way into the like 110 plus degrees on the summer. So we got a pretty wide variance here. Oh, there we go. She's got the black behind her and everything. Perfect. The longer can you see the stuff on it? That's what I want. Good, good. Except for you can still walk behind it. I don't get why you can walk behind it, because the actual collision says you shouldn't be able to. And yet here I am walking behind it. Maybe because the collisions are on top of each other. Also, I need to add this to the array of the map blocks, because these things, projectiles, are hitting it and doing nothing. Alright, so the map blocks array is here, right? Here. And this event never despawns, so I don't really care about that. It could despawn. Yeah, let's do this, and then that should cause the projectiles to hit it and explode. Actually, this will work just fine. Right. Spawn near here and start shooting it. Just do it. I think I said that light bulb in the corner here is lighting up, even though there is actually no light emitting from it. It's just the effect of bloom and the player's light being close enough to it. Come on. Shoot it. You know you want to. Just do it. Just shoot it. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it, Jeremy. It's I'm definitely a big fan of, like, you know, creepy dolls and stuff like that. All the creepy pastas. So it it's definitely a look I can get behind. Come on, shoot this thing. Good, perfect. That's all I need to do. Just need to see it destroyed by that. Yep. Perfect. Solves that problem. I'm actually working on another area for it that I'm not actually even remotely finished with yet. Let's see. I need to make a bunch of assets for it, and I haven't done it yet. I think I have to change this, right? Attic 2. I gotta do this here, grab those. Now, creepypastas are wonderful. Before I started streaming, I would just listen to those the whole time I was doing these, and you know, pretty much if at any point someone mentioned any kind of list of rules I had to follow, or creepy dolls or something, I was just in. I just had to, just pretty much had to listen to it. Making graphics can be hard. It just depends on the kind of graphics and the tools you have available to you. Also, how good you are at just doing it in general. What's I about to test? I just forgot what I was doing. Oh, that's right. I was gonna show the area that I was working on. All these areas are randomly generated, so... But I have a working theory that in every attic there's going to be a bunch of junk, right? So one of the junks I thought they might have would be Halloween decorations. So I have a whole section based on Halloween decorations. Everything's just cheap plastic crap. And then there's going to be a Christmas section, because all these people have, you know, a lot of attics have Christmas decorations in them. They're just sitting there unused most of the time. It's gonna have a creepy doll section too, doll houses, stuff like that. Basically a bunch of stuff that a little girl would own. And then a secret area that I'm not sure what I'm gonna do quite yet, but I have an idea, but yeah, we'll see. But all the collisions are completely wrong for everything. I need to fix all those, and I need to make the rest of the assets and stuff, but yeah, it's just a weird little Halloween area that I'm working on. We have giant plastic skulls and stuff like that. I'm also going to replace the houses with something different here and everything, because there's just a destroyable that appears in the other area, but I haven't made all that yet, so... yeah. For the first little prototype, I don't actually plan to have that area available. It's just gonna... that's why Attic 2 lists it. It'll get added later. Laughing Jack's Playground? I don't think I've actually heard of that, but it sounds good. I was gonna have the actually I think I was gonna have the clowns there originally. I want to say that was Halloween themed, but the Jack in the Boxes are kind of Halloween themed. We could go there. Obviously, the dolls are going in the dollhouse area with all the little girl stuff. I'll probably also mix up the enemies that are in areas too, so you're not just fighting one type of enemy, but for purposes of this, I want some people can play with, so I'm going to release it, the prototype with a lot less enemies for people to play with. Anyway, I'm going to remove that area because I don't want to work on that right now. No thanks. Oh. Laughing Jack's a character. Oh, well, I'm going to look up what Laughing Jack is. Alright. Oh, it's a creepypasta thing. Ooh. Ooh. Occupation imaginary clown. Oh, well, you know, I'm gonna have to look that character up. I mean, not right now, obviously, but I did a little looking up, but we're not gonna mess with that right now. Just close this. I don't think I need it. I'm not gonna make any more particles tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna YouTube some creepypastas of him. I looked up, you know, looked him up and was like, oh, I guess creepypasta I'm in. I need it. So I definitely stayed up past the time I was going to say. I guess I'm just going to go out in 12 more minutes. I can get to that 6 a.m. mark, and then I got to call it. I don't even have a choice at that point. I won't have time to sleep otherwise. Sad part is, like, a lot of days this week I haven't actually had any work I've had to do. This is one of the few days where I actually do need to meet people. I did this one here, so I'm not doing that. Going over my list of things I can do here in a short period of time. Do I want the SP to recharge faster? It takes a really long time to get the mana back. But if memory serves, I actually made it 30 times faster and it still seems really slow. That could also be that I'm just using it all the time to move around the map to speed things up for testing, so I don't really want to change that. Jordan Persagati? Oh, well. Is he on YouTube or something? Because, you know, he's on YouTube. Just saying. Oh, he is? Oh my gosh. That's exciting. I'll add that to my list of things to check out later. Oh, I definitely will. Thanks for suggesting them. One can never have enough creepypastas. Let's see. Let's work on the clown boss a bit more, and then I'll finish up the night with that. It seems a little better than trying to get into an entirely different thing. I'm not sure I like this particular thing here. He's skipping this. There's still a teleport happening somewhere near. Ugh. Where? Unless it's this thing here and he's just doing boss relocate. But that's if those are off. The player happens to be nearby, so it shouldn't just do it. Oh, if he gets hurt. does that. And if he's too far, he relocates too. I really want him to relocate, or do I want him to relocate near the player? I think that's actually what I really want. I do want the boss to be super aggressive. Could use the same boards and everything like that as the ground everywhere, and then just have all the Halloween decorations on top of this too. That's an idea. It's really fun to have different grounds in different areas, but unless they have a bunch of fake grass on the ground for the Halloween stuff, which I guess they could. They could have fake snow for the Christmas stuff too. I guess that is a thing. Where'd you go, clown boss? Okay. He's appearing way over there. He's appearing right over here. Why are you appearing way over there? There's some sort of thing in. Also, I can get rid of this on 1137. I don't need that happening anymore. Okay, which one was it in? Let me check. NPC, I believe. And whatever. I can find it. We don't need this. Cool. So for some reason he's just teleporting in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of weird. I don't like that. Supposed to go randomly near the player. Is this code wrong? Doesn't look like it would do that. Huh. You know what? I don't care right now. I'm going to just use the jump to near player and call it square. I'll make it the other one later probably, but for now, whatever. I got about 5 minutes and then I'm just heading out anyway, so now is not the time to get into a big long, thing trying to figure out why this common event doesn't work right. I think a lot of things use that common event though, which makes me wonder what's up with that. Like, maybe that's why a lot of the other enemies are just weird and not doing anything, not really keeping up with the players or the player. Yeah, that got the Player Falcon wears off here. Let's see. I'll mark that down. Just form smoke vanishes. Sometimes errors are the worst errors, because then, you know, you're never really certain exactly what's causing that. Like, it's just some code's getting tripped up somewhere. Oh, now it's like practically like Mario on me. This is... Well, I'm not getting away from him now. Wow. You do anything besides hop? You should not always hop. Yeah. I think NPC 2 dictates what's listed as too far. So page 2 happens, and then I think this needs an else on it. Because it's just setting that self variable to true forever, and once it does it, it just never stops. So I did say that, right? Okay, good. One last test for the evening. Are we playing Leapfrog? Or are we fighting a normal boss? I mean, now I kind of want to make a boss that just sits there and does that and just keeps doing the little hops at the player. We're gonna put the little the cat stuffed animals in there. They could do that kind of stuff. It's just kind of adorable. The little cat just doing that. I can get behind it. I totally could. Okay, now he works. I'm far away. He tries to move near me. He launches some attacks. If I get too far away, then he will again jump near me. I think that's pretty good. I'll have to work on his, you know, ramming attack, but that's okay. I can get behind it. Well, the reason I don't actually have an area for boys' toys is the story of the attic and why the first, you know, basically ghost to live there is like the first victim of this person was like a young woman, like basically a 14, actually 15-year-old girl. So she lived in the house, and that's why there's toys of hers there, and not, you know, some boys' toys. Although I could technically put some in there. I do have a mad toy maker who's making more toys for the girl there, for the ghost girl. There is a story. I do have one, but I don't know if I could properly articulate it at 6:01 a.m. though. But there might be some sort of, I don't know. Yeah. I'm also trying to keep with a very specific time period theme, but sort of failing in that I only have certain assets for some things. Like, so I was trying for more of like a Victorian / Edwardian era, so it's like end of the 1800s, early 1900s. So pretty much like the latest it would be about the time that BioShock Infinite happened. Yeah. So something like that. But yeah, you're right. I will definitely head out. So thanks for watching. Have a wonderful, I guess, morning for you, J. Marie, and anyone else who was watching this like that. Have a wonderful morning, evening, whatever it is for you. It's Imaginary Villain signing out. Catch everyone later.